Hello? Oh, my mic was on. Did not realize that. Well, hello guys. Welcome to the stream. Just give me a few minutes. Just a sec. To set everything up. Let's just wait for a few minutes before, just so everyone can arrive before I begin. Oh, my mic was off the whole time. Holy shit. Oopsies. God damn it. Well, I think that's alright. Because the chickens here are fucking going crazy. That's annoying. Anyways, man, how long was my mic off? Holy shit. But welcome, guys. Welcome. I didn't just realize my mic was off. That sucks. But at least nothing. Didn't say anything too important, I guess. My space is kind of cramped right now. I guess I also need like reference, but I don't know that. Maybe I should also start off with like the reds first. My alarm is going off. I might sound really super tired because I tried waking up early today, so I always end up really tired sounding. God, the chickens won't fucking stop. What sucks about it, I can't do anything about it. All of this fucking noise. Oof. This pocket is way too high. Hold up. Oh, there's no fire here. Yeah, I kind of suck when it comes to keeping in track of the character design sometimes. I might make this part a tad bit darker. Just something to help out differentiate the two. This is also quite a big drawing, so it might take me a while. I need blue. What else is red? Low-key rushing it. What else? I'll probably go yellow next. This one, and no, I'll just keep that silver. I should really use my spacebar much more often, so I don't have to press my buttons all too much to switch tools. Checking out if there's more spots I didn't get to pick out. What else? How do you practice drawing the shoulders and pelvis? I mean, you draw them. And again, just look at the references. If you're just trying to wing it and try to draw it from memory without using any sort of references, you're just torturing yourself. Just use references. Because one, if you don't know how to draw something, then obviously you don't have the memory or any sort of knowledge on how to draw it. So just look up references for it. And in that way you can sort of build a foundation from it. But if you don't want to rely on references and want to draw them however you like, I mean, regardless, you're still gonna use references no matter what. But if you don't want to rely after, using references all so much, then you have to study the fundamentals or study how they are constructed by using, and I get to learn them by using, again, shapes, geometric shapes. There's no other way. Or should I say that's the easy way I get to do it. I think that's blue. For shoulders though, the thing about shoulders, they influence the chest or the upper torso. Especially chest muscles. They basically interact, as a way to say it. It kind of doesn't make sense if I'm just describing it. But I guess if you have a model or something, or just use your own body as a basis, You can kind of see if you just move your shoulders around upwards or downwards, or kind of like crossing your arms. You can see that the chest muscles and the shoulders basically interact. They kind of pull each other. And of course, that makes sense because they're basically connected. The more I keep asking hard tips from you, the more I realize that I am torturing myself. Just use references. And I think it's also kind of important to like know the interaction between those parts. For example, what are the parts that are connected to the pelvis? Obviously, the legs. So you kind of need to study the legs also to know how they interact. I mean, this is more involving the muscles. It kind of involves the muscles a bit more instead of the construction. Because in the construction part, you kind of only need basic shapes with it, and you can just wing it. But when it comes to muscles, you kind of need to. It's kind of like drawing clothing folds when it comes to drawing muscles. Again, it kind of doesn't sound like it doesn't make sense since I'm just describing it instead of visualizing it. But that's how I would describe it in a much more simpler way. And that's how I basically apply it. The way muscles interact is a lot of stretching and contracting, so. And you can kind of see that behavior also when it comes to fabric. So I kind of relate the two. Of course, the way the flesh basically behaves is much more different than a normal fabric. So the way I see it is much more thicker. Kind of like a thick fabric is the way I go. I think we should go yellow for next. We can just do white later. I could start out with the soles of this one. My friends are chatting. I think you guys can hear me. Where was I? I guess I'm a bit lucky. I think I need to like consider that as a factor also when it comes to studying parts, because understanding 3D whatever subjects or materials there is isn't quite a hard thing for me to do, or quite a hard thing for me to imagine. it's kind of like imagining stuff's 3D on the head. So I, of course, it's not super clear on my head, but it's at least the idea is there. And I think that's like that became a huge advantage for me because learning anatomy basically becomes much more easier because of it, or any certain 3D materials. Have you ever watched TCAP before? What's that? To Catch a Predator? And is that a Chris Hansen thingy? Is there any similar colors to this? Nope, I guess not. I guess we'll finally go to officially to yellow. And I'm on the wrong layer, of course. I kinda don't like this color. I'm gonna make it much more. It's too orange. Too dark. Yeah, let's just stick to yellow. Hey, I see you cleaned this up. Looks dope. Thanks. Yep, the Chris Hansen thing. I think I watched a few snippets of it. I only watched stuff that basically got recommended on my YouTube feed, and other YouTubers doing commentaries on it. Because most of the time it's kind of stupid. Most of the episodes is like, oh no, I don't know this child. Like they keep retracting back despite they fully are aware of what they're doing. I only watched like one or two of them. I don't quite remember the one I watched. I think one I remembered was there's this basically this creep thinking, man, the only part I remember is just there's pizza involved. And that's all I remember. But basically I think the guy basically just bought snacks, whatever sort of snacks there is. Hold up. I forgot to color this. But yeah, I don't watch it too much. I don't watch too much of those. I guess it's because it's too triggering for me. That's why. I mean, I do watch disturbing content sometimes, but if it gets too close to home, maybe not. I tend to avoid those. Oh, there is similar colors to this. much more better to avoid for me, I guess. Is this gray? I think those are silver. Okay. Not all of the yellow are in the same shade, so. Oh, the red shirt pizza guy with the marriage contract. That guy is crazy and creepy. TKF is the reason why I keep my cousins on the internet. I think it was that one. I think he bought grape juice or something. I couldn't remember the ones. I think I remember the one that that one episode that features Onision, I think. Onision is basically this guy on the internet that is like basically problematic. Like all of the red flags, he basically has it all. I keep getting distracted. Even my friends are chatting and I have to do this. Have to shuffle in between. But yeah, I don't remember nor watched too much of those. Let's make it warmer. That's not working. It's this color. When coloring or using the color black, don't use the completely black shade. Because it's too much. And you're either gonna lack contrast or you're gonna have too much contrast. So only use somewhere around here instead of the whole thing. What else am I missing here? Go. I think I'll just use this. And then make this yellow also. There. This hat over here. It's kind of hard when you're dealing with multiple shots. That's fine. You just need to focus one color at a time. Or you could just use, or just focus one shot at a time. Either way it works. Here. Oh, I've realized no reds are on this. That's over here. There are some gaps here and there, but I'll just deal with it later. I think I'm much more better off if I just focus one shot at a time, but this method also works. Also, we can just chill out on it. The pizza guy was going to get his victim to sign a marriage contract. Yeah, I think basically it was one of the most insane. I mean, most of the episodes are like crazy as hell. Or Onision's book, or Onision in general. Wouldn't it mean it's actually very dark gray instead of black? I mean, it's kind of like that. Unless you count that as gray. Or you perceive it that way. Because this base color is gray, right? And this is kind of like a dark gray. And it's leaning more onto like a warmer tone. You can also use cooler tones. You might not see the difference unless you really look into it. Anyways, those are golden. Just use. No, I couldn't find it there. Oh, I can also use. Oh, never mind. Doesn't work that way. I'll just add a layer underneath for these details. Because if you look at it now, you wouldn't think of it as gray. You would perceive it like as black. It's all in the matter of like perceiving these colors while surrounded by other colors. And it's really not working. Is it even gold? It's not. I'll change the color for it later. Right now it's gonna remain black. Nah, this should be black. Anyways, what else? I think their eyes are blue. I'll just add that in. Out of all the streaming services, which one do you think is the best one? What kind of streaming services? Like watching movies or shows? Because all I use for everything is YouTube. Because it's free, obviously. And maybe Twitch sometimes, if I see the ones that I follow are streaming. And I got nothing else to do. I mean, the most common one we have is Netflix. The other ones aren't really that common. And at this point, we're just gonna go crazy because of all the different streaming services. Because we also have our own local streaming service. And the fact that there's other more, and the exclusiveness sometimes can drive us crazy. And at this point, I'm just like, yeah, I'm not gonna use any of this. Because it's so annoying. Because one streaming service has, for example, a show, and then the other one doesn't have it. But that's the one you're using. And it just gets annoying. Instead of convenient. But Netflix is the most common one here. I think other streaming platforms are too expensive also. And that's why we never really get to. Let's see it. Broad date night. Need the yellow again. Just checking because each streaming services usage is different in different countries. Now it's kind of shit here in Southeast. And it's much more common for like only have one account for a streaming service and then the whole family uses it. It's still too expensive. And I don't even watch that much shows anymore. And yeah, that's another thing. You gotta need some sort of VPN to like watch those region locked shows if you that you wanna watch. And it's annoying. It's definitely annoying. And I honestly cannot blame people pirating that shit. Because it's much more convenient. But overall, Netflix is the one. But Netflix is just hit or miss. With all the shows that they're pumping out. And I've heard streaming services are kind of ass when it comes to animated shows, which is a shame. And will always be a dick move. Guess I'll go white first, or orange. Ooh, I think it's gonna rain. It's storming outside. No one speak of Netflix live action anime. Yeah, Netflix is just... Netflix is kind of like yes people. They keep saying yes to fucking anything. Just to pump out content to their platform. I've heard Disney's good, and what else? Maybe HBO. But I just hate this sort of stuff. Because it's so inconvenient. Just give me all in one, for fuck's sake. But I don't think that's possible. And Netflix is like notoriously known for like canceling good shows. And keep continuing the ones that are like actual shit. But then again, their quality is just hit or miss. Give us your rain. California is dying from no rain. Man, the weather here is basically weird. A few minutes ago, earlier, it's like 35 plus degrees, it feels like. And now it's gonna rain. Disney Plus shows after Mandalorian sucks, and their other selection is mostly movies that we already watched. Yeah, that's kind of useless, isn't it? But honestly, I just don't use this. I just don't use streaming platforms. Because I don't even watch that many shows anymore. And I don't think it's that common here to use those. I think we still... And we also gonna use like our own local streaming services. So that's kind of like you're paying for double basically. And let me just use this layer instead because it's much more faster. This one, nah, that's a tad bit lighter actually. Wrong color. Kind of jumping back and forth with the colors here. Let's just put the reds here. It's the outline. My eyes are also kind of burning. What the hell? I think I need to buy some teardrops or something. They feel so dry and burning. Anyways, where was I? Let's go back here, I think. Yeah, this one's empty. There's a lot of gaps right now, but I'll take care of those later. Right now, I just really want the base colors to be done. Yeah, it's kind of thundering outside. I don't know if you guys can hear it. She's rumbling. I think that's good. Hopefully we can go to different color now. I think there's a lot of people here in our house for some reason. I think we have guests, but then again, I don't care. It might be really noisy outside too. Maybe that's why I'm sleepy. It's because it's kind of like cold, especially in the morning. But after that, and somewhere around 9 a.m., 10 a.m. hits, that's where it gets blazing hot. Like the temperature is always like parkouring for some reason. Just gonna quickly run this down. Double checking if I missed something. I think these are also white. Is it yellow? Have you heard of Close Enough? I think that was cancelled. If I remember correctly. Because I haven't heard about it that much anymore. So yeah, basically Close Enough is like basically regular show, but for adults. And I think it got cancelled. That's why I didn't heard of it anymore. I still think regular show is much more insane. Keep us your rain, please. Our trees are dying. I can't, man. I live near around the equator. Is that how you say it? Equator? Maybe I should also fill out the white for, the eyes and all that. Portraits are probably one of those, the easiest one to, I wouldn't say easiest, but usually mostly the first part of the body that we usually get to learn. So maybe that's why I find it easy. So I find it really hard to start drawing a body by not starting with the head. Starting anywhere else feels really weird, or I get a much more difficult time dealing with it. Close Enough got cancelled along 80% of the show in HBO Max this month. Warner Bros. Went insane and is cancelling a lot of shows and projects and trying to focus on their DC movies. Surprisingly, The Flash did not get cancelled. they don't have respect basically to any sort of animated stuff. Despite their live action movies are literally CGI, which is basically animated. So they basically have no respect to any sort of animation that isn't realistic looking. So yeah, they just sharded on for some reason to most, probably all animated shows for some reason. And I think also most of the creators only got to know this news because of what says on Twitter. So they basically didn't get informed by this properly, in a proper manner, and instead just got shouted on by the news on Twitter. And it sucks ass. And the honest disrespect. I'm surprised they're still clinging so much on their live action stuff. Like, I just do not understand. Are DC live action movies good? Have they finally gotten great? Is that why they're trying so hard? Because last time I remember, they're still kinda eh. So basically what they're doing is just deadass defunding everything. Just so they can put it on to movies, or which, man, I just find that action really questionable. Like, why? Your movies aren't even that consistently good. I mean, it probably still is still making money, that's why. Like, no matter how terrible it is, it's making money. Only Wonder Woman and Shazam is good. The rest is too bad. Man of Steel is only good for the action. Yet most writers just doesn't know what to do with Superman. They just don't know what to do with Superman. They either full on glorify him, or basically just write him as like a cardboard. Got no charm or personality. I think a show got Superman right. I couldn't remember which one it is though. But most of the movies keeps writing Superman somewhat terrible. And honestly, most of the time I just do not care about Superman because of it. And just looking at the action. Oh yeah, I think I should open up my commissions once again. It's kind of opening and closing. Because I want to buy a few like comic books, graphic novels or whatever. Just so I can like have some sort of study material. Man, I remember buying comics back then as a kid. But those aren't even good comics. Those are like local comics. And they're kind of terrible. And half-assed. But regardless, owning a comic was super nice for me as a kid. And I think I should buy one. But the problem is the shipping fee. I can only find the ones that the artists that I follow. And most of the comics are like sold through Amazon, and Amazon has ridiculous shipping fee in my location. But I should at least get some sort of material. Just so I can have like some sort of inspiration and reference. Is it even a reference at that point? It's more of inspirational material, to be honest, or just materials to study for. Is this an OC? Nah, not an OC. I think this is a VTuber, I think. Out of all recent DC movies, only the Batman was decent. The rest of the movies feel like they are just making movies because comic book live action movies make good money these days. Yeah, I don't blame you. That's pretty much the nutshell. That and the direction of what movies are going for these days. I'm only doing commission works today, so nothing too exciting. And I'm still on the base colors. I'm still not done with it. But that's alright. I can take as much time as I want. Because I'm a little tired. I don't think... Yeah, and I don't think there's a point of me to rush anything. Please do not say I'm not Starfire. Are we talking about the Batman Christian Bale one or other? Because I haven't watched the recent Batman or whatever. The Joker one was good. What else? It's usually connected to Batman. What the hell? Usually it's all the Batman stuff. But other than Batman, I'm just not so interested. I feel like not many people read Western comics anymore. Not even here in America. Yeah, nobody talks about it. I don't really find anyone talking about it. Maybe I'm just much more surrounded by people who read manga instead of comics. Oh, and by the way, the ones that I'm mentioning, the comics that I'm mentioning or graphic novel that I'm mentioning that I'm planning to buy are kind of like made by independent artists, so not really your typical comics shenanigan. The recent Batman movie. Oh yeah, that one too. Yeah, it's usually Batman is much more lucky, I guess. And actually decently produced. Holy shit. They fail at any other superheroes. I mean, Batman isn't even considered as a superhero, I think. I think he was originally like an anti-hero or something. And definitely not super. Just super rich. Western comics are dying because they are oversaturated with superheroes and bad writers. Yeah, that's true. It just became like over, like, you can generalize the comics that they're producing. Superhero here, superhero does that. They may produce something unique, but that's pretty rare. And even if they do that, the execution is sometimes terrible. And the art style, I can't get into the art style of comics, honestly, of Western comics, Western hero comics, basically. Some of them are unique, some of them just looks outdated for me. Or I don't know. But that's just because comics are way too political now. Like, they all just tend to push agendas. I don't really think superheroes are the issues. Manga characters are superheroes too. Maybe it's the aesthetics more than them being heroes. Like the super tight outfits and capes. The political one, I think they're just way... Like, they're just trying to win favors. Or trying to win like, oh, look at me, I'm representing you guys type of tone. Like it just brings that sort of energy. That's how from what I observed. Like, I don't care if a story gets way too political. Like, I don't care. Like, for fuck's sake, most of the shit that I watch is actually mostly about societal stuff and political stuff. Like, for example, Parasite. And that shit is good. That shit is brilliant. I mean, this is not comics, but this is more like movies. But that's an example. Being political is fine, but what they're doing is just so pretentious. What they're doing is just trying to win, like, trying to appeal to certain minority groups and trying to, like, hey, look, it's you guys. Give us cookies. And that's what I feel about it. It's basically shallow. It's basically shallow. Oh yeah, that is true about manga characters being sort of superheroes. But I'm sure people would still like super tight outfits. Oh yeah, Western comics are kinda uncanny. There's a mix of realistic and cartoonish. Yeah, like, how do you expect me to enjoy someone in like colorful outfits and think of it as practical? But I can excuse that. I can excuse this shitty aesthetics, I guess, if your story is good enough. But if not, then you're basically gone. I think manga and Western works have influenced each other over the years. Western just doesn't experiment anymore. Like, they follow a formula. Yeah, they're just trying to appeal too much. Like, they're trying to, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me. Look at me trying to, like, fight for your rights or whatever. It's kind of like being blatant, but at the same time being insensitive and boring. Like, I don't mind trying to, like, put more representation. I don't care. I don't fucking care. But if you're going to, like, make a shitty story, then I don't know. You're on your own. And I also just don't like, I just don't like their aesthetic. I just don't like the aesthetic of it. Or maybe I'm just way too biased. I like seeing really limited colors when it comes to reading. I don't know why. I guess I just really like stylized stuff sometimes. Well, most of the time, actually. And sometimes the mainstream stuff, especially mainstream comics, just all feel and look the same to me. But yeah, that's also another factor. They're just playing way too safe and they're trying to appeal too much to the point that they don't even they don't even care about uh the actual stuff that is actually appealing to those people. Like they think, oh yeah, they also tend to stereotype and shit. So I think that's another factor. Can catch up on how many times Marvel Comics has faced Thanos and the Infinity Stones for like the 10th time. Oh yeah, it's also repetitive. What is manga and Western style now? Like I saw someone say, Vagabond is manga style, but there are Western comics that also do high realism. Not sure one can claim a style, with both being influences. Unless you're doing anime, I'd hear. No, that's manga in my opinion. Are we talking about art styles now? Because I usually tend to differentiate art styles based on the creator. Like, hey, this style reminds me of that guy that created that comic. And yeah, they also influence each other. And you can pinpoint. I mean, we can pinpoint the obvious style of what you can say. Oh, that's manga. Black and white using tones. Yada yada yada. And but once again, people can experiment and just do whatever they want and have a unique feel to it. I guess what I'm pointing out from like the West or the comic books, superhero, like let's point out the obvious. DC and like Marvel, their most prominent stuff. And they also tend to like try out different styles also, depending on the artist. Basically, it's all about the artist style instead of like West versus East, I guess. Unless you're doing huge anime art in here, no, that's manga in my opinion. Nah, you're kind of like pointing out the obvious also. But then again, it's all about what it's not more about Western versus Eastern. I think it's more about, are you doing heavily stylized stuff or are you doing heavily realistic stuff? Are you doing semi-realistic? All that shit. I've seen people like Vagabond or Berserk is considered manga art styles, but Western. Who says that? I'm sorry, but who says that? I feel like you're hearing way too much about typical readers instead of artists' POV, basically perspectives. Oh god, I hope you guys can still hear me. It's fucking raining. But who says that? That's so bizarre to me. Like you just can't point out one or two like or whatever sort of like manga or stories that and then considering, oh yeah, this is manga art. Like no, that's not the standard. The reason why they're doing this sort of art style is because this is what the artists prefer. And once again, just because it's realistic doesn't mean it's a good art style. It's a boring one. It's the safest, not boring. It's the most safest choice, basically, out of all the art styles there could ever exist. Realistic is just realistic. That's it. It's basically obvious. It's basically upfront. It's just is. It's just realistic, heavily detailed, and all that stuff. But that's not considered like as a standard of what manga should be. Again, it's about the artist. Because there's a lot of examples that are like uh, heavily different from it. And the word manga is also uh, kind of sparks a lot of misunderstandings, basically. Because from what I remember, the word comic, I think it doesn't exist on Japan. So they have to think of a word for it. So they use manga. But yeah. And there's also Western comics that doesn't use realism. Some of them use abstract, kind of like painted style, which is very unique. I really like it. I think an example of that, uh, I think it's basically the Outlast, uh, comic thingy. The Outlast comic. And that style is not realistic. It's super, super, stylized, actually. It's painted and stylized. But yeah, it's more about the artist instead of like uh West versus East. And of course, yeah, they all can. It's pretty much unavoidable. They're gonna influence each other no matter what, because artists themselves take inspirations from each other. It's pretty much unavoidable. Yeah, stay away from forums of non-artists. Yeah, I also recommend you not listen to just audiences. The audience can only point out what they see, and that's it. And preferences can really put up the most rosy lenses that you can basically wield. I wouldn't say you would disregard the opinions of like the audience, especially if you're a creator or whatever. You don't need to disregard them, but at the same time, take them with a grain of salt, because the audience tends to not have the exact same knowledge of what an artist would have, or what an actual critique would have. Oh, was I coloring in the wrong layer? But I guess I was just looking at the mainstream stuff of comics. That's why I was getting kind of compare those two. Because again, that's like one of the common thing I see on comics. They tend to lean more on realistic side or realistic style, because again, it's the safest style. Why do you think video games really cling into the realistic style. It's because it's the safest. As long as that it looks good, accurate, and all that, people would like it because it's the safest choice ever. It's one of those choices that you cannot go wrong with, basically. It's realistic. The only thing that they can point out and use as criticism is that it's inaccurate, or this one is not good at depicting whatever, and all that. But who knows? Maybe that's just me. Man, the rain is so loud. I can't even hear myself. Hopefully, you guys can hear me. I guess time for shading. I mean, I could just. I need to color this, however, or extract it. What color was it? Somewhere white. Demonic Demonic Ray, welcome. The Boys comics is the big representation of terrible and unappealing art in the Western comic. The realistic art style is just so terribly done. But then again, it is a edgy 13-year-old's wet dream comic. I'm actually... I mean, once again, I just do not... I can excuse, like, the artwork or whatever. If I like the story, I can excuse it. But of course, the art is the number one thing that I'll be seeing instead of the story. And I think it's just they're not evolving, but maybe I'm just only seeing the mainstream stuff instead of the whole picture. Because if you take a look of the whole picture, and if we're gonna add, you know, if we're gonna add in the category of individual and independent artists, the art style is not the same. Again, it varies from artist to artist. But you can see that a major or most superhero comics tend to have this general style of being realistic and basically overdone for me. Kind of too much. It's one of those art styles that are like too much for me. But maybe that's just my my judgment or my perception for it. Because no matter what side or west or east, every artist has their own art style. Like you can see in the west, it's much more prominent to see colored manga or oh shit, I'm mixing that up. You're prominently seeing more colored comics. But in the east, especially manga, you're only seeing black and white. But big but colored manga exists and heavily stylized one exists. And the reason why they call it manga again because they just don't have the word for it. They're using manga as a way to like describe it. Describe comic graphic novels and comic. I hope this makes sense. I'm looking at my window if I should close it. The rain is so loud. But anyways. Let's render the face. Is this too intense? Oh well. I mean, the industry or executives are also kind of like a factor to it. But I think they also kind of factor into it. Like, if they see a trending style, for example, they basically want you to jump in the bandwagon and do it also. Oh, I should have selected the skin only. But I'm already coloring it. Yeah, let me select this. Because I'm having a hard time. Having a hard time using the lasso. This is like the wrong shade for the lips, but I'm just so lazy to to find like the actual colors for it. Yeah, this is terrible. Hold up. Oh yeah, this also reminds me of uh cartoons versus anime type of argument. Like they keep saying, "Is this a cartoon or is it anime?" I'm like, "Bro, it's animation. Just say it as animation. Why do you have like they keep sparking this sort of arguments that basically leads to nowhere. Comic versus manga, graphic novels. Just find just find the common noun. Oh, cartoon versus anime? Just use animation. Do not get confused. It's kind of like language also is like playing a part to it. And people are for some reason sparking debates about it. Make it small. Like, I think this argument becomes. I usually see this argument when when the West or something or a show from that you see on the West, like for example, Avatar: The Last Airbender and The Legend of Korra. Do you do you consider it as a cartoon or do you consider it as anime? And at this point, I'm like, what's the debate? It's both animation. And people are saying, no, it's made on the West. That's why it's cartoon. I'm like, bro, most animation stuff is outsourced. So you wouldn't even know if it's globe if it's like made only in one country. It's basically a useless debate. I'm trying to argue. Like even most cartoons are like outsourced to Korea or with maybe Japan and somewhere else here in Asia. So would that be a different thing then? No, it's still animation at the end of the day. Speaking of manga, I know this is something that we'll probably not care about, but what do you think will happen to shonen genre? Most of Shonen Jum's main series, One Piece, MHA, Black Clover, is in their last arcs. Is ending soon, and they are struggling to make new hits. I don't know if I'm the right person for this. And what are we saying about hits though? Like if it's popular globally I mean, another a new will eventually pick up the mantle, no matter what. And if they're struggling, then that's just natural. There's ups and downs everywhere you go. And regardless, it's Shonen Jump. Oda said he wants to make another series about mechs when he's done with One Piece. Yeah, something that becomes another long running and popular series. I'm not sure. Not actually sure. Because I'm not quite updated with the state of like the Shonen Jump industry. Like like are the artists want to commit to a long running series or not, or our artists today are like much more leaning into short and tasteful or somewhat short running series. He did say shorter series, but I mean anything is shorter than One Piece. Yeah. I mean, I don't think anyone would commit again to that to that number. Like who would dare? Who would dare ratio Oda? Like how many years has he been making One Piece manga? Let me say. Years started 1999, so that's basically 21 years. Who would dare who would dare ratio him? A lot of stuff in Shonen Jump is supposed to try to become long running. However, a lot of the recent stories have been cancelled due to low sales and lack of readership. Since like 1997. Yeah, it's basically decades. You basically have to like have half of your life doing only one manga. And that's fucking huge commitment, man. Like, I get bored of one staring on a fucking wall. And committing to one for like decades is something I am not capable. I mean, there are probably people out there that are, but it's rare, of course. Doesn't happen all the time. Oh. I have to select again. I'm quite surprised that Black Clover is already ending though. Or maybe I'm just old and didn't realize the time passing by. Oh, I'm using the wrong layer. I mean, eventually a new would arise. Maybe it's just not right now. That sucks for shonen though. The one that I was hoping that would be successful would be that Hunter's Guild Red Hood. The art is so good and the character design. I don't think I heard of this. Or I did, but I just forgot. Hunter's Guild Red Hood. Oh, I don't think I... Oh, I actually think I saw this. And I just saw a thumbnail saying it got cancelled. I feel old too. Black Clover is in the 300 chapter mark, and I remember clowning on it at chapter 30 for being a Naruto clone. Honestly, I don't mind any sort of Naruto clone. Anything that is better than Naruto did. Because I remember being kind of disappointed after witnessing Naruto. And saw how many characters that got wasted also. From that series. Anyways, let's go shade this. But yeah, I remember that Black Clover does like it has way too many similarities back then to Naruto. Oh, we got a blonde kid and an edgy kid. You all know where this is going. Or maybe I just hate long-running series, who knows. That's why I grow disinterested about shonen. I got so used to like short stories, or somewhat short. Because sometimes when you're like reading a long running series, it either feels like a drag, or you can just skip this arc or whatever. But yeah, you will randomly see fan art, Hunter's Guild, Red Hood, and characters appear at some point on Twitter or Instagram. Which is probably how you see blonde Red Hood girl. I actually don't see that much. Man, the most artists that I follow are... I think most of them are concept artists, that's why. And they don't usually make fan art of anime. They usually make fan art of games. And I don't even play video games that much. I should get back into it. But at the same time, I'm like... I get too toxic. A bit too much. And most of the games are not tilt free. Actually, yeah, I'm much more interested in seeing concept art right now, or recently. Like, if I see, like, for example, a manga or comic, graphic novel, or whatever sort of stories, I always get interested on their concept art. Like their sketches and their basically behind the scenes sort of materials that you don't typically see on their, on what they release. I'm more interested in seeing that for some reason. Like for some reason, I just much more interested in their scraps for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe I feel some sort of nostalgia for it. Because I only just draw in scraps anyways. I don't typically draw polished subs back then. I actually stopped enjoying shonen stuff. Wonder why. Now I appreciate game art and painted stuff. Well, yeah, I can't blame you. I'm on the same spot as you. It's not like I hate everything that comes out of anime or whatever, or manga. It's just that I rarely find myself enjoying the new stuff that is coming out. Like, I still love the ones that I've watched and read. And that's not gonna change. But most of the stuff that is coming out, I just can't grow myself to like it for some reason. And at that point, I just grew to become disinterested from it. I can't tell if it's my taste changing, but it doesn't seems to be that way. Like, my taste is kind of the same. Like, I still find silly franchises or stories still fun to watch, even it's not mind-boggling or mind-blowing or changes your life in a significant way. Even just the simple stuff, I've grown to love them. But if you're like curious to see if I'm going to like watch new stuff that's coming out or whatever, I'm not sure what to answer because I just couldn't get myself to watch it anymore. I just felt so indifferent. Like the concepts behind arcane, that stuff is sick. Yeah, I'm much more interested on seeing the behind the scenes for some reason. Like I like seeing the sketches and the rough layouts and all that much more. I mean, don't get me wrong, I still appreciate the final product, but I just find it interesting to see the behind the scenes of it. And how it came to be, basically. Or that may be just my my artist my artist side of things. Like I'm prominently curious all the time to how they make stuff. So I tend to be much more interested on it because I want to learn. Maybe it's because of that. Or I just like looking at it. I mean, it kind of sucks sometimes if you're like, want to be part of some sort of fandom, I guess. But I don't think you guys are doing that. But even if you do it, it's fine. Like, I get it. Interacting with people that has the same interests is nice. It's nice to experience. But usually I'm just the observant one when it comes to fandoms. I'm just like looking at people or seeing what people are doing. And for some reason, I also judge the fandom for some reason. Like if it's a small franchise, it's like a niche one, and it only has like a small fandom or nothing at all. It feels much more comforting for me because I see, I see how big ass fandoms tends to ruin the fun. But of course, fandom shouldn't be a factor. It may affect you, but again, it's up to you. I tend to not let it affect me, but sometimes it just goes like. Sometimes the fandom is just what I want to avoid. I can look at them, but not be a part of it. You don't like action stuff, but you animate fight scenes sometimes. Yeah, that's true. Sometimes there's this exhilarating feeling like, oh yeah, this is fun. But then once I go back to drawing the frames, I'm like, why am I doing this? This is terrible. Animating in general is a pain in the ass. Sometimes it's basically a parkour of emotions. Sometimes you're like having fun. Sometimes you just wanna disappear. You just wanna stop. And I guess it's a shame. What brought me to shonen and action stuff is like, basically that it's animation. That's why I got super into it. But once I learned how to animate, action sort of animation becomes some sort of tame to me. Like I still find them interesting and fun. And I also still love them. But for some reason I'm just like not as into it anymore as I would hope, as I would expect it to be, because I expect it to be like, my whole thing. I liked, seeing action animation, and making one should be like my whole thing, right? Like this should be your whole thing. But nope, fortunately that's not the case. And even in drawing in general, like people are saying, oh, this is your talent, this is the skill that you basically excelling from. This should be your thing, right? This should be your passion. But it doesn't feel the same for me. Like, yes, I like drawing, but I don't like drawing every time. I hope this makes sense. Like, there are times drawing is just a pain in the ass to me. Like, I just do not want to draw at all. Sometimes. Like, I just do not want to hold a pen. It's that type of feeling. And I couldn't call it as a passion because people are saying that passion should be the thing that you love every time, no matter what. And there are times I hate drawing with all my heart, and dead ass I avoided it back then when I become much more focused on like studying in academia and all that stuff. So I guess it's just a matter of changing. Not everything remains the same, I guess. Oh yeah, have you seen the Cooking with Jack Cheese zone? I have not. Now that I mention, because I saved that on the tab. Where is it? Is this the one? The on Myrna's party cheese salad? Is this the one? Oh my god, are you serious? You're gonna give me an ad? Oh my god, it's gonna give me an ad. And it's the one that I can't skip. Oh god. Are you kidding me? 2 ads, okay. Do people buy YouTube Premium? I find it so hard to believe people buy that. What is this? Oh, the comments are turned off. What happened? Yeah, why does it look like? I mean, I really shouldn't be commenting on someone's cooking because I can literally only fry an egg. Is he adding cheese again? How many cheese did he add? He basically boiled something. What did he add? Did he add a whole block of? Is that cream? Cool Whip. I think it's cream. But why?
They don't recommend using the Cool Whip. They don't recommend using imitation or fat.
I think this is whipped cream though. We use a different cream when cooking. I don't understand what's going on. I don't even know what to describe what I'm seeing right now. It's basically fucked with cheese and cream for some reason. And that stuff is gnarly though. Cream enough is gnarly enough for me. Was it cream cheese? Cause I only he was adding like the whole package. How many people are gonna eat it? I used to buy YouTube Premium when YouTube Originals used to have Cobra Kai. Oh, I heard that show was was good, but I don't know if it was great. I only heard of it. And does YouTube even produce that stuff anymore? I have not heard of YouTube Originals in forever. But yeah, the ingredients getting added into the pineapple gets worse and worse. He used a pineapple? Oh yeah, there was a can of I think he used a can for that. It's a similar brand we have here, so I kind of recognized it. But my god, cheese enough is gnarly enough for me. I mean, I'm no cheese hater, but Even I just find cheese very, very strong. Like you add that shit, I can immediately feel the presence of it. He even added more cheese than I cannot. But I find him so weird adding whipped cream. But what the fuck? Why did he added Jello into it? Bro, I'm more confused why he added whipped cream. Like, I can't tell if he's trying to make this a dish, you know, a sort of hot dish or something cold. Because we also have, like, uh, a recipe for, like, making fruit salads. But I do not understand if you can boil and cook one. Because most of the salad here is either not actually cooked, but more like prepared and mixed. Or frozen. Or just cold. But why boil? Cooking with Jack is so terrible at cooking. He cooked steaks and chicken and they all ended up raw and he ate it all up. Oh my god. Man, I really hate raw stuff. Like I don't even want to try nor dare to eat sushi. I got so scared of like the horror stories of it, of like worms and all that. I mean, those are probably rare and those type of sushi is probably prepared by someone reckless or whatever. But I would not dare to eat raw fish. I already hate seafood, and making me eat something raw that is also seafood is, yeah, I'm out. I'm gone. You won't see me. No hate to the people who like sushi though. I just cannot get into it. Nor do I want to try. Man, my left arm is low-key hurting. I'm not even using it. I'm only letting it rest on my keyboard, but for some reason it's hurting. Man, I don't know exactly the reason why I don't like seafood. I mean, I eat some like dishes that are seafood, but I just tend to not like them all the time compared to like, you know, pork and chicken. And it's not like I'm allergic or whatever. The only thing I'm probably allergic at is dust. I remember having like an allergic reaction when our house was like under construction. I didn't even realize it was like allergies. I didn't even realize it was allergies. And like I just dead ass seeing my skin like I thought I was like only getting bitten by ants, but that doesn't seem to be the case. because I was like having some sort of hives. Like I can understand having like getting an itch like to other different parts of my body and just like assume it was like ants or mosquitoes or whatever. But once it gets into my face, I'm like, oh, maybe I'm allergic. So instead of being allergic to food, I'm more allergic to like dust. Me who eats sushi takes out a knife and keeps blasphemy about sushi. I just heard one story, and it's I'm a typical person who gets easily scared and terrified because I saw this again a YouTube video, but I also heard it like to the news and whatever. That a guy basically ate sushi that he bought to like a store. I think it was a grocery store or a convenience store. And apparently, it wasn't frozen very well. Because I think the way to get rid of bacteria and whatever to sushi is to freeze them. That's how they uh, get rid of bacteria. So the guy ate basically very dangerous and contaminated sushi. And I think the guy was like almost went into almost got into a coma or something. I couldn't recall. Man ate sushi and got worms. And worms are like the most disgusting shit. But hey, I just get paranoid. Don't tell me he ate puffer fish. Nah, it was just a typical sashimi or something. Because puffer fishes are expensive, right? Like dead ass expensive. I don't think you can get a puffer fish in like a convenience store. But yeah, dude basically ate something infested with something. And obviously he wouldn't know about it because I don't know, that thing is probably microscopic. And basically he just got into like a 50-50 condition. And that type of shit paranoids me. Scares the shit out of me. Like you're just going about your day eating something normal that deems to be, harmless. Hold up, someone's calling me. Hello, I'm back. What a coincidence. My my uncle just brought McDonald's. Just bought McDonald's. And we were just talking about food. Damn, imagine you get to the afterlife and they ask, how'd you get here? And you say sushi. That would be bad there. Exactly. Like, imagine just eating ordinary ass tacos, nachos, burritos, rice, or whatever, and just got outed. That sucks. I thought you were gonna say you brought sushi. We can't find sushi here actually. It's not that common here. Like, if we want to buy sushi, it would be in a different city. Sushi is quite rare here. Fast food, however, is fucking everywhere here. Anyways, I got the usual one. I also got shawarmas. I got one here. So, what great timing. Talking about a dude dying from food and now me eating. I think he lived. I couldn't remember. Hopefully he did. I mean, food in general can be, scary. Especially if it's expired or contaminated. One bad meal can kill you. So another obligatory break time. There's going to be a live action Pinocchio movie coming this year. That means there's... What is with all of these Pinocchio movies? But Del Toro's Pinocchio is the one that I think is the only good one. Del Toro. I think I remember this guy. I think he's the guy that made that one movie with the guy fish. Basically, the dude was like half. Basically, looks like a fish. And then there's this girl fell in love. Basically, Beauty and the Beast. What's the title? The Shape of Water. There we go. Oh, and he made Hellboy. Let's go. I love that shit. But I did not heard of him doing Pinocchio. Musical fantasy. Oh, it's gonna be released this year. I legit thought you were going to say sushi. Unfortunately, no. Sushi is just not that common here. I saw the trailer, but Pinocchio looks so different in this version. Have you guys saw the Pinocchio that one Pinocchio movie that basically looks so shit, animated so shitty. Like, it was basically known for its like shitty voice acting also. Thank God this one is Del Toro's looks much more promising though. The one that I'm mentioning looks so it's basically a meme fiesta. But anyways, why is everyone making Pinocchio? I think Disney is the one that's not making Pinocchio, which is rare. Pinocchio, a true story. It also got onto their news. What the hell? The Pinocchio that has the Gallagher voice. Yes, yes, that one. Oh man, it's so terrible, but you just can't help it. I think there's only one voice actor that is actually decent there, and I think this was like supposedly in the original, not the original language. I forgot the original language was. But it's definitely not made in the US. Like imagine Pinocchio's voice, but it was yassified. And that's it. That's basically the voice acting for it. And they're just doing backflips for some reason. Disney live action Pinocchio looks terrible from what I've seen. I have not heard of that. Oh, my tab isn't working. No. I didn't even know people are making Pinocchio stuff. Like, why? And I don't think I don't even enjoy Pinocchio in general. I don't have any sort of nostalgia for it. Hold up. I'm back. They're both being released at the same time. Oh my god. Are you serious? Are we going to have like Pinocchios on like theaters? Imagine. Hey, what you watched on the theaters? Oh, I just watched Pinocchio. Oh my god, I watched it too. Wait, which Pinocchio was it? I hate Pinocchio. That movie scarred me for life as a kid. My mom always tells me that I would become a donkey if I age too much candy. Man, they always give us this type of threats. The most ridiculous threat that was like given to me as a kid is like basically I got injured. I got a wound, a huge ass wound for me back then as a kid, and they keep scaring me. I think it was my cousin, and they kept scaring me that a train would come out of my wound. Why? But yeah, I just didn't. I have no sort of nostalgia for Pinocchio. But yeah, it kind of does look uncanny, does it? I don't think I can eat my shawarma right now. I'm already I'm already too full. Man, I'm just eating potatoes every day. Holy shit. This is so not so not healthy at all. Like I just ate french fries twice today. There we go. I'm done eating. I just chugged soda. And careful, game. If you eat too much fries, it will turn into the fly from the Fly movie. Kim's mom probably. She's the one who's cooking me fries. And she's the one who's asking me if she would if she wants me to cook me some fries. And I'm just, man, my body just doesn't want to eat vegetables. I don't know if I mentioned this, but I do gag. Like, I have the worst gag reflex. This sounds so fucking weird, but I have the worst. Because if I eat something that is remotely unfamiliar for me, or something I have not tried before, or usually something I'm not, I avoid eating, I would just fucking gag and cannot swallow it at all. And no matter how I force it. And eating vegetables is like fucking hell. Like, I have to try my best to not sense any sort of taste from it. Because once I do, even the slightest of it, even if just a sniff of it, I will just gag. Out of my mouth. Instantly. Oh, same. I gotta get an eating melons. It just makes me throw up. I actually fine with melons though, but not eating melons. Drinking them is a different story, but eating them, I don't think I'm sure. But yeah, I can only like eat like really specific vegetables or vegetables that I'm basically used eating. So I guess potatoes are one of them. Some and probably most vegetables have this sort of smell to them. I don't know how to describe this, but they basically have this gnarly smell and taste to them. And once I smell them, they probably don't even taste that bad. They just probably taste bitter or basically bland, or just, kind of like eating some leaves and vegetables. It's not the taste that I'm probably being affected by. It's usually because of the scent. I can bear with the taste, but once it get mixed, like I am feeling the taste, I am tasting this, and I am smelling this. It's just a combo I cannot bear. So I instantly gag. Must be the reason why I'm super skinny. Cause I've heard you can actually gain weight through vegetables for some reason. I don't know if that's true. I'm no dietitian, but I can literally only eat like vegetables that either doesn't have a smell and is bland as hell, or something I just found myself used to eating, but at the same time I still need to put on some sort of effort to it to like not get the sense of like of its taste and smell, or else I'm just gonna gag all out. And I remember that time, it was like I was 5th grade. I was a kid. I was like what 11 or 10 years old. And we basically have this event at school where we basically cook and eat vegetables that we basically get to prepare and cook. It's not us cooking. Like, we were fucking kids. We only like called our parents to like cook the dish for us. But I remember that time, it was like, I think it was corn soup or something. I cannot remember. But I remember it contains corn and other sort of vegetables. It was a sort of creamy type of soup. And it's not like I hate corn. It's just that I hate the vegetables that are like contained in it. But I got nothing else to eat because there was zero meat from that event. Like that ass, we are not allowed to eat anything else but the shit that we cooked or our parents cooked, obviously. And my god, I was like, I just want to go fucking home at that time. Like, I just want to go home at that day. It was just super torture. I keep insisting to my teachers that I cannot eat vegetables. Dead ass. I just can't. And I remember that time I was just like super pissed and just sad because I'm basically force fed to eat this shit. And they kept, of course I was a kid, so like, and we were like surrounded by adults that got involved with this. And they were like cheering me on to like go do it. They're basically just cheering me on, and they basically give me compliments if I eat the vegetables or eat the meal basically. And of course I was a fucking kid. I If someone compliments me, I would like, oh hell yeah, give me more. So I was like, of course I'm a big girl. I'm gonna eat this shit. Was it similar to chowder or like white soup and corn? I think so. It basically zero meat, no meat allowed, full on vegetarian meal. I don't think it was vegan though because we used eggs. So yeah, it's more of a vegetarian thing. A vegetarian meal. So I was there. I tried to basically chug it. So in that way, the more faster I consume it, the more I wouldn't be able to like basically not feel a thing about it. And hopefully I don't fucking gag. Obviously it didn't work. At least thank God I didn't throw up. But I did remember I was like gagging every like for example, I chug once and then I will gag. And then try my best to swallow and not throw up. And then chug again. Take a big gulp again. And then gag. And repeat that process until that was done. Holy shit. Yo, Kenji, thank you for the sub. Man, wait. I can't believe I'm talking about like me fucking gagging. But yeah, I remember gagging fucking. That meal basically traumatized me. Like every time I see that meal, I'm just like completely filled with resentment. Like, fuck this meal, fuck whoever cooks this. I was able to eat the one dish that has eggs, thank God. At least I can bear with that. It still wasn't taste good for me. It probably tastes nice for other people, but to me, I just fucking hate vegetables, and no vegetable meal was like good for me. But yeah, I was just gagging and all that, man. Like imagine being traumatized by a soup. Or completely filled with resentment towards a soup. Let me actually search the dish for it. It's a Filipino dish, so even I don't bother with the names of our dishes. But I remember being so fucking gnarly. So it's a corn and it also has this sort of leaves. It probably tasted fine, and the texture was kind of like flaky. So it was kind of a weird creamy soup, all in all. I wasn't bothered with the taste of it. I was so bothered with the smell of it. The smell was so strong, I just cannot. I just had to gag. I've seen your illustrations on Instagram. I love all of them. Thank you, Mr. Yeah, I cannot pronounce your name. Don't you think you don't like veggies because of the way they are cooked? Or do you despise them for being veggies? I think I just despise them because of who they are. Because I don't think I hate every vegetable. But I do see the pattern where on which and what vegetables I tend to like. I like the ones that are crunchy. and basically has no smell or doesn't have a strong scent to them. Because I like what do you call this? It's not cabbage. It's a different kind of cabbage. It's kind of like the long one, the long kind of cabbage, and lettuce. I also like lettuce. I also like this. I don't know what they're called in English actually. Spinach? They're called spinach. Oh my god. It's called water spinach. Okay. I also like those. At least tell me you like fruit though. Of course I like fruit. It's just the vegetables. The vegetables are just too gnarly for me. And also potatoes. I also eat potatoes. What else? I also eat eggplant, but I only eat them in a specific way. I only like them when they are roasted and fried with eggs. I only like eggplants it that way. Because I got used to eating it. Doesn't mean I enjoy it, no. I also like eating kimchi though. I don't like eating carrots. That's for sure. I don't eat the carrots in kimchi. French fries is vegetables. Yeah, that's why I eat potatoes. Because I gotta at least have some sort of vegetable in my system. And what else? I don't like tomatoes for some reason. Maybe in the burger, but nah. Not all the time. Maybe the way they are cooked also may be a factor to it. But most of the time, I just do not like them. Dead ass. I would rather avoid them. Spinach is great. Hell yeah. Oh good. If you didn't like kimchi, we Koreans would have disowned you. I only like the cabbage part though. That's the only part that I eat. The carrots, I ignore them. I mean anything else that is like within the kimchi. Anything but the carrots. I just hate eating carrots. They're always hard. They're always hard to chew. I mean, back then as a kid, I used to like them. But for some reason, I just grew to hate them. But yeah, those are like the only times I get to eat vegetables. When my mom makes kimchi or potatoes. I solve everything with potatoes. And also spinach. I think specifically the water spinach though. I think there are different kinds of this stuff. I'm not very well versed about the vegetable meta. I don't have a green thumb anymore. I used to like I used to like dealing with plants and farming and stuff as a kid. Now my mom just says that I have like my hands are like on fire. It's basically like some sort of expression that I don't have a green thumb basically. I have the opposite of the green thumb. If I tried any sort of like planting activity or farming activity, the plant would most likely die. That type of expression. Also, I could not resist kimchi. The spiciness is really good. And it's one of those dishes that I guess side dish, it's considered a side dish, that basically goes really well with everything. Like, as long as you have meat cooked, you can always incorporate it as a meal. But I think my spicy taste buds are getting weak now. I couldn't eat uh, really spicy stuff anymore. Because I remember back then, man, I think I was only eating spicy stuff in that whole day. I think it was back in senior high. And I remember I couldn't go to school that day because I was like, I just couldn't breathe, basically. I couldn't breathe properly. I just woke up early that morning and just couldn't breathe. And I couldn't understand why. I'm like having a hard time breathing. So I tried to recall what happened yesterday. And I remembered the term having a, what do you call this? High on acid or something? Or what is gone? Basically, I have high acid levels or whatever. And apparently, it can cause heartburns. So, my mom went, basically, we went to a clinic. And even the doctor couldn't tell why I couldn't breathe properly. And the only time I get to understand why I'm feeling like this is because I ate too much spicy food. And now my acid levels are like fucking going haywire. And I mentioned it to the doctor because that's the only time I get to remember it, apparently. So I told her, I'm like, maybe this is heartburns because I ate too much spicy food yesterday. Because 3 meals a day, and all of them are spicy food. Holy shit. Not to mention, I also drink a lot of soda. And that cranks up the acid levels also on the body. Man, I had to be the one to diagnose myself. Holy shit! Because the doctor deadass couldn't tell what the hell was wrong with me, because she said that all of my shit was normal, like heart rate, blood pressure, and everything, and breathing is also fine. But to me, it wasn't. Because the chest feels really heavy and all that. And she just gave me meds and we went on our day. I had to be the one who was like, I had to be the fucking doctor to myself. Oh, that's scary. No doctor could explain why my heart beats so much if I exercise too hard. Huh, maybe I should try to become Kim from OP. Yeah, I had to be the one who's like, this is why I had to like study some sort of like conditions or diseases for some reason. Because if I cannot explain well to the doctor, they would not be able to like figure out the shit that is going on to our body. I have to be the doctor. It's like the most Asian thing, eh? The most Asian realization ever that happened to my life. I mean, it does help having some sort of knowledge to it, so that way it's much more easier to explain it. But my god. And because of that, uh, my relatives are usually the ones that ask me, like, what the hell is like, oh, this is happening to me. I wonder what is it. Girl, just Google in. Why are you asking me? Hey, that's how it goes when you're living with that has the symptoms of a Karen and a boomer. They're not uber Karens, but they are boomers. Like I remember that time when we got almost all of us, basically got infected from COVID, and my God, my relatives are still in denial. Like, no, this isn't COVID. It's not. It's just a normal flu. No, it's not. You can't taste shit. And they're so afraid of being tested for some reason. Like, it's just gonna say if it's negative or positive for COVID or not. It's not like they're gonna take you to the shadow realm. Stop being a pussy. But yeah, my mom got super fucking terrified because of it. I'm just like, why not let's get tested or something, so at least we know what to do. But no, they just don't want to, for fuck's sake. So we had to bear with that. I had to bear with all of these people. It's a good thing they finally quarantined. Jesus. Because that was annoying. I wonder if I can finish this today, actually. Never really. I'm really terrible at measuring time with, like, drawing and stuff. Oh, this isn't color. Where else? If I miss something here and there. I couldn't get into the yellow just yet. This is a different shade of red, apparently. Actually, scratch that. Oh. I need to put it on top so, and set this to multiply. Just to make it much more easier to apply shadows, especially if there's like a different color. Like that one. Oh, it's raining again. Man, it's pouring today. And then crank that down for a bit. I also need to color this one, but nah, let's do that. That's like a last thing. I guess all we have to do are the yellow ones. Not gonna lie, I want me to buy new shoes. New Chuck shoes. I couldn't buy the one color that I fucking want. Man, buying shoes is like terrible. Because they either don't have your size, which sucks the most, or they don't have the stock of what you want. Now you're forced to like cry and shit. Oh, this got turned into black. What the hell? I was drawing the wrong color. Why is this one black? I gotta make sure the shadows in the flat color are like in separate colors or layers. Once again, I'm on my knees begging for the rain. Man, I wish I can teleport it to you guys, but nah, I don't have enough powers. Don't have enough powers to do so. Kind of sounded goofy there. My goopier versions. Oh, I can just color pick this. What am I doing? Oh my god, she's getting loud. I can barely hear myself now. I might low-key speedrun this. Because I feel like I'm taking way too forever here. Or maybe that's just me. My body clock is basically fucked up at this point. Let's see if I missed somewhere. Oh, and the rain is gone. It keeps pausing and stuff like that. Kim must be a shonen protagonist and trained for 10 years to learn how to control the weather. It would take 10 arcs for it. What colors are missing here? I think the only colors that are left are kind of minor. So I have to be somewhat or it's only like containing a few portion of it. I don't think I can color pick it. There we go. I need to zoom in. Oh, it's the same color as this one, okay. Lighting is probably the element I bullshit my way to. Like, my lighting is not consistent. It's not consistent in one direction only. I mean, I get it, bounce light exists and all that, but I still kind of bullshit it. What are your thoughts on people speaking out about their being not being anatomically incorrect being their style? Here's the thing. If they are using it as an excuse, and that's completely bogus. But I understand other, other artists not striving for accuracy when dealing with, or if they have like a stylized stuff, working with stylized artworks. For example, in cartoons, are they anatomically correct? Of course not. But, big but, they are exaggerated. Like, you can see some sort of like mechanisms and how they work are still quite reminiscent of the actual accurate thing. So it works basically. It's not accurate, but it's still logical, somewhat in a way. But if you're using art style as the card for like get out of jail card for anatomy, then I have no words, to be honest. You're free. You're free to follow that. You're free to like keep believing. You're free to keep on believing it. That with your style, your anatomy is fine. You're free to believe it. But you are not free from people pointing out. And if you genuinely believe that your anatomy is fine because of your style, then that's on you. Because if you continue believing so, it's probably gonna get worse from there. It's kind of like uh having stats somewhere. Like for example, you have the stats for like colors, tones, and other basically elements and aspects. Like the line work is very good. Basically, how it appeals is very good. Like lighting, composition, all good. But if something is anatomically wrong, or there's some errors there, yeah, no amount of like good composition, good line art, good coloring, no matter what, anatomically wrong shit is wrong, no matter how much you try to salvage it with your other aspects of what makes something aesthetic. No amount of glow dodge would blind you from the imperfections. But hey, you're free. You're definitely free to keep on believing. But you're not gonna be free from people pointing it out. I think it's a matter of intention also. Like for example, me, I don't strive for accuracy at all. Deadass. I exaggerate a lot of parts and figures, and that's intentional. What I do is intentional. Would I say it's accurate and it's the correct way? Of course not. I'm not gonna brag myself to like, oh yeah, I'm like the god of fucking anatomy. Let's fucking go. No, I still make errors. Like I remember that one time I like, I think I make a Samurai Champloo fan art, and then, and I forgot the feet were like, in the wrong. I think I drew the feet there wrong. Basically, the other foot was like, is drawn like a right foot or something. I couldn't remember. And yeah, that's just straight up wrong. I'm not gonna defend myself. Oh no, it's part of my style. No, it's fucking wrong, and I know it. I'm like, yeah, that's wrong. And then also like, especially when it comes to like really exaggerated angles, when they do really exaggerated angles, a lot of parts really don't show up, and a lot of parts are like exaggerated when it comes to their size. Of course, it's not accurate, but I do it anyways because I'm more focusing on like the angle and the depth of field to it by using foreshortening or whatever. But am I gonna use that as a basis of accuracy for anatomy? Of course not. It's bare minimum from what I'm doing. Of course, I still strive to like make it seem correct or convincing somehow, because that's what I strive for. I don't strive to be super accurate. I strive to be to make it much more convincing instead of accurate. Let me just finish this hair here. It's so weird how we can hang out and talk, but then I go to your IG and you get like 30k likes on the sketches you do in stream. Well, how does it feel to get that many likes? Do you care? I think it's better for me to not care. But I think it would also be kind of lying to like say that, oh, I don't care and all. But I know for a fact that I do care in some way, but not in a way that is like I make it super important to the point that it's like part of my life. I don't think that's a healthy way to see it. I just see it simply such as, oh, people like this. Oh, it reached a lot more people than it used to. Okay. It's low key kind of brushing it off, but I think that's much more healthier for me. Instead of like being so stressed about it and emphasizing it so much, because I know how mentally draining it could be to like uh, to see something not doing numbers enough or not reaching a lot of people. Because once you focus only to that part of it, you're just gonna be pressured to always think that, oh, nothing is gonna be enough, basically. And I try to like have a neutral point of view of it, I guess. Like there are sometimes some of my illustration doesn't reach a lot of likes sometimes, despite me hoping it should have. But I think it's much more better if I brush it off instead of being so stressed about it. Like, why this one? Why like that? I think I think it's just much more better that way. Just take it as neutral as it is. Like, and make sure I don't overly rely on it. But I guess that's just part of my nature, I guess. Generally, I just do not give a shit about most of this type of stuff because I think it's much more healthier than way. And basically just not put so much emphasis on it. taking it as neutral as it is. Like, oh, this one reached a lot of people, this one didn't. And life goes on. I mean, of course, I am super grateful to, like, seeing that a lot of people, liking my art. But of course, there's. What is it called? I guess a part of me that's just generally anxious about sometimes. But I think that's just part of me. Oh, I didn't shade the hair here. God damn it. Of course, it would always be like a mind-blowing experience that there's a lot of people that basically supporting you and liking the shit that you produce. But at the end of the day, these people, you guys, at the end of the day, I'm just like, I just do art, and you just gonna happen to like it. Or I don't know. Maybe it's just me not making it a big deal. Because I know how daunting it is. Or I assume to know how daunting it is to let it consume you. I think I overdid this one. Here we go. That makes sense. Oh jeez, I'm panicking. My current drawing feels like it regressed back to how I was 2 years ago. Yeah, I understand the panic. Because again, creative sort of skills or whatever. I think this goes for any skills actually. Once you don't use it that often, it's gonna go away, and that's what sucks about it. It's not permanent. It would always fade away. Kind of like a muscle. If you don't use it, it's gonna be gone. I feel like it would be a lot of pressure to make sure that every post is crazy good. Not saying that that's the goal of Instagram. I think that's what I would try to avoid. Yeah, I also try to avoid that one too. That's why I don't let the numbers get to me. Because I also have to think about it logically also. If I spent my whole time crying and bitching around that one post didn't get as much reach as it should, or as it used to. What would be the point of it? Where would I go after this? After this whole fiasco? Because I tried. Of course, feelings are unavoidable, and someone like me who's like emotional, especially having anger issues, this is like no brainer. It's kind of hard to avoid sometimes to like develop this sort of feeling. But at the same time, I also need to look at it logically. Like, where do I go from here? With all this complaining, me being nitpicky. Obviously, nowhere. Yes, I can complain about it. I'm basically free to do whatever I want. And I also try not to incorporate my art skills, basically, or how good an art is, with likes. I tend to disassociate those two. And I heavily emphasize other people should also do it too. Likes doesn't determine how good you are. Like, for example, my recent illustration, a dead ass doodle, got so many likes compared to like other shit. Did you ever have a post on which you got confused on why it blew up in likes? Yeah, the what's it called? It's that wood kid that I made. It's a character sheet of a guy smoking, basically, and with like golden powers or whatever. It's basically made out of wood and has like, well, not made out of wood, but his powers is sort of like uh, involves with wood, and basically has dragon tattoos. I got so confused why it blew up. Why? It's a fucking doodle. It's literally out of everything I made. It had to be that one. That's why I do not incorporate how good an artwork is, and with likes. I just it just doesn't work. It will never work. That's why, especially if you're a beginner artist or an aspiring artist or an artist in general, just do not associate likes with how good your art skills are, because it doesn't work all the time. And people's judgment is never good all the time. Maybe because it's shirtless. I just do not understand. Out of all the shit, it had to be that one. And it's like a duel. It's dead as a sketch of mine. Something I just randomly come up with. It's not creative nor anything or unique per se. It's just a sketch. It's just it. That's how I view it. But no, it blew up. Oh, it's raining again. I have to like scream on the mic. Hopefully you guys can hear me. But yeah, that happens. Hold up, someone's knocking on the door. I'm back. And the rain is gone. It's like on and off. That's how the weather is here. But where were we? And even with all these numbers, none it would either change a person, right? It would either change a person or you would just remain the same, right? I just remain the same. I don't think there's anything for me to change. Unless of my drawings, I guess. I think that's the only one that changed. Like, I tried to take it much more seriously, I guess. Because back then I was just sketching and shit. And doing subpar artworks. And just speedrunning. Speedrunning the illustrations. So I guess that's an example of changing. Because you either completely commit yourself to like doing what your audience like, or you could just continue doing what you like and be the same person. Or you can be completely bedridden with ego and then be one of those TikTok users, I guess. Actually, not all TikTokers are, man. It's just most of the stories I see there is like, it's either always like someone trying to like leech off of someone's success there. That's why I always have like a shitty view on TikTok. Hey. I'm not gonna go all Kanye West. And then dramatic change just because of it. At the end of the day, it's still me. I mean, I'm still an ass, but at least it's manageable compared to, because back then it was not manageable. I was just resentful towards everyone. Because I remember, again, I was just focusing on like studies and shit. And I hated every subject. I hated every teacher. Well, not all teacher, but most of our teacher that we have in class, because they're so incompetent. And like my surroundings was just not helping at all, making it worse, to be honest. But hey, maybe it's just me being moody. And my period just fucking me up. Well, let's just make this darker for the eyes. Oh, what else am I missing? I think the teeth here. There's no point to me to be overly detailed, but why not? Oh, I think I was drawing on the wrong layer. Of course I am. Keep forgetting my own layer organization. Wrong layer again. Oh my god. I think that's also like one of my the shit I do not understand from artists that paints or makes really really rendered stuff. How do you organize your layers? Holy crap. It's like a nightmare. Go to one layer, one wrong layer, everything is ruined. Let's turn this on. I think I also need... Where are the gradients? There we go. I think I can do something with the blues. I'll do that later. I also need to do the highlights, but man, I keep cramming everything to later. For laters. For now, let's just do what we can think of doing right now. That smells like smoke. What the heck? Not too much hair shine over here. I could have chosen like a better color for this. Something much more saturated, I guess. We're getting there. We're getting somewhere. I might change this color into something much more like this, because right now it's too brown. A little bit too much. So might need to do some changes for now. Let's use the brush, airbrush, to be specific. Just to soften things out. Nothing too major. Then let's go back and add some highlights over here. I don't usually do this for the eyes, but it'll be a nice touch. I do kind of like, somewhat miss just drawing portraits, because that's usually the most easiest for me to start drawing. It's kind of like a brain dead strand. I don't have to think too much of it. I just had to let my hand flow. Lacking shadows here. Let me just select this. Do a color correction layer. I don't know if you guys can see the changes here. To yellow, to red. Something like this. And nothing changed too much. Actually, let me deselect some things. I'm only gonna change the hair, I guess. I lost my mind despite practicing drawing nearly every day. I think my drawing skills randomly regress back where I started. Yeah, it sucks. It's something you need to be doing all the time, or else you're just going to be deteriorating. It sucks. Oh, I think I only needed to crank up the saturation. And now it's okay. But it's blending a bit too much to the red. Yeah, it's blending a little bit too much on the red. Let me crank down. Because I'm using my laptop screen and it's it's not color accurate. It sucks. But it's good enough, honestly. It's good enough. My old laptop was worse though. I have to crank up my saturations and basically do weird ass adjustments because it was so not saturated. And I have to do a lot of adjusting because of it. It's a cheap ass LCD panel, so that's why. I'm gonna throw some gradients here and there just to make it look, just put in a little spice, kind of like that. I do experience sometimes that, like my art, it deadass feels worse. I mean, it's not happening right now because I'm almost drawing every day, so I'd be a little sus if my art skills are deteriorating while I'm drawing everything. I mean, it's possible, especially if you're just drawing the same shit every time. But not too common of a thing. But yeah, back then I was like, I think I already told you guys about this story, but I basically haven't drawn in a while at that time. And I got so fucking crazy. I'm basically molding and tilted. Because I couldn't draw a character in profile. Basically in side view, similar to this one. A female character in a side view angle. Like, and there's nothing inherently wrong about it. Like, if you're someone else and you try to look at it, you wouldn't see something wrong with it. It looks fine. But to me, nothing feels right at that time. So I keep doing it and doing it, redoing and redoing. Until I filled up so many pages of it. Just a character in side view. It's just a face, it's just a head. And it's filled with that shit. And I was not able to get anything out of it. I'm just like, okay, nothing's working. So I sleep. I slept it up. The next day I was fine. Everything is like everything is fine after sleeping in. The next day I was able to draw and be satisfied with the drawing. Sus Kim is an imposter confirmed. I'm going to leave the room for making an Among Us joke. I just like the word sus. It's so easy. It's so easy to say. I just throw it around. Sus. Kind of like sauce, but sus. And it's just an easy word to say. That's it. But yeah, if you're just feeling a little rusty, I would just recommend to just take it easy. Like, draw all of the comfortable or whatever topics that you find comfortable. It's kind of like just do whatever there is within your comfort zone. Just do it. Instead of like doing difficult stuff. Because if you do difficult stuff also, you're just going to get even more tilted. The lighting is kind of fucked up right now. And everything is dark. But let me just go back. Because I just noticed the lighting in this rod over here is confusing me. Which one is the real one? Like you can see it's like it's like in different angles. Or no, let's just keep it. It'll be fixed with a glow dodge. I typically just use yellow for fucking everything, especially glow dodge. Just use it mostly that. And there are also other colors to choose from. This art regression reminds me of this Dragon Ball head animator. He's known for great Dragon Ball art back in the days of Dragon Ball Z. But nowadays his art has been shown to have regressed and no longer looks the way it used to look. And he makes Goku and the other characters look like plastic. And animators complained that his new art style was hard to animate because of the plastic shine look. Yeah. Yeah. That was also my biggest complaints about like the new Dragon Ball shenanigans, or basically Dragon Ball in general. But yeah, it's a skill that doesn't stay or stick forever. You might have the knowledge here and there, but muscle memory is fucking everything. I mean, you may also have like the muscle memories there, but the way you process it in your head or picture it in your head may not be the same. It's really a skill that you have to like keep doing it, or else it goes away. I hate this channel over here. I think I need to delete it. It's a tad bit too dark. Let me just turn everything off. I mean, it's possible even after all these years not using that skill, it may still be there, lying there somewhere. But I don't think you would expect it to be the same as it used to. Now we hear plates. I think we need to take some dinner soon. Let me just finish this. What? There we go. I'm just looking back and forth because this eyes looks somewhat weird. Turn all of these layers back on. Use the last color we used. Anyways, time for this red eyeliner over here. Crank that up. Use red. Let's see if it's the color. Set it into multiply. And this is basically done. I might need to make it more red, but now it just looks fine. And there you go. I mean, this probably looks super saturated. I'm not sure. Oh shit, I think I need to save this. I think I haven't saved it for like hours. There we go. I keep forgetting that. Using a huge as canvas, so my pens may not look as thick as they used to. I need the darkest red. Where's the darkest red? Sheesh. It's storming. Rumbling, basically. Oh, I think there's actually not that much red difference. I think they... Oh, it's yellow, I think. That has a lot more variety. I mean, again, I really don't use a color palette. I just do this because why not? How much did this commission cost compared to the other character shape price? I mean, this is more like a custom one, so basically 3 full body shots. So that's $60 times 3, and then 3 hand shots, which are basically 15, and then I give a discount of like less $5. So around 200 basically. I'm actually not sure if I should add the shadow somewhere here. Is this darker or is this? I can't really distinguish. I also suck at colors. Determining colors. Oh, they should be the one. It's over here. 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 It's two. And then the red ones. This one's here. Actually, there's also black. Yeah, I don't really. Not all colors are really present. There we go. I think it's basically $100 more compared to like the normal character sheet. Because the standard character sheet that I usually do is like one full body shot, one headshot, and then one bust shot, and then one half body shot. Basically different shots. More leaning more into different shots. And there we go. This one's finished. Well, for now. I still have to do some edits later. But yeah, here's how it looks. I'm not sure what... if I should add something to the background. Because I do feel like it's kinda empty here and there. But yeah, it's also dinner time, so... Hey, right on time! We're right on time. 4 hours of streaming. Yo! And somehow you made it really look cinematic at the end of the stream. A 4-hour stream, maybe. I'm surprised it's didn't took me 5 hours than usual. But yeah. This is how she's looking. And then once again, guys, thank you so much for joining me to this stream. I hope you guys enjoy this, and hope to see you guys next time. Hope you guys have a nice weekend. Oh yeah, it's weekend also. Well, here. It's almost weekend. But yeah, thank you guys so much. See ya. Time for bye-byes. I hope you don't have the cheese salad for dinner. We don't have that type of meal. We're gonna go for a good old rice and some side dishes. But yeah, thanks so much again. Bye bye, guys.